Get him.
So now I should try to be serious, to look serious, even that we are live.
Checking YouTube is still missing, but I think Mike is checking it out.
Be back. Marina, didn't check YouTube, but for the case you have a users list on the right, do the hide the users. And now it's, you didn't share anything?
I don't know. The stream should be live according to what Guillaume said before. So we should be live at the moment.
Can confirm this. I see the slides and the picture.
The streams have been started, so you're on YouTube and on the website. And, hello, Lothar, by the way. I just got back to the machine.
Hi, hi.
And just for info, I don't have the Telegram chat open, so if you can share any question and anything that will be asked, that would be great.
Sure.
Three minutes to go. And yeah, maybe for next year we could try also to have some waiting music before the start of the sessions. Just for
Florian, you don't sing.
Gabriele and me can sing.
yeah.
We need to look into getting the permission, but the Jeopardy music, for example, would be good.
Or we can produce something with our community and have the official song for the conference together with the logo contest.
Okay, but let's get serious now. We're about to start, so I will mute myself.
We can start.
Okay, so this was definitely a quick introduction. Okay, so Thanks for joining. This is the first talk of this second day of LibreOffice Conference. So thanks everyone for attending live or for watching the recording later. So the topic I would like to present today in this half an hour that we will spend together is a good synergy, a good interaction between people from companies or from the LibreOffice community and other communities working together for solving issues that at the end can bring benefits to the whole community, LibreOffice community. So a quick overview of the agenda. I want to guide you on different ways to contribute to open source. Then from the title you saw that I was mentioning open source maintenance, so I want to explain you what is maintenance, what we are doing, and then we will go directly to the example that I want to mention. A quick introduction. I'm Marina Latini, definitely a LibreOffice addicted. I was one of the LibreItalia co-founders. LibreItalia is the Italian community that is behind LibreOffice. And currently, I'm also proud and glad to be the chairperson of the membership committee. And in my daily life, I'm working at SUSE as a maintenance release coordination engineer. So we said before, contributing to open source. Try to think now at the first image that you could have in mind while thinking at contribution to an open source project, an open source software. Probably the very first idea, the very first image, it's code. So writing the code, develop the product in that way. But the reality is that there is much more. Of course, we need to have developers able to produce software, to release software, but a project can't exist if we only have developers. We also need to have people that are doing testing, that are working on quality assurance. And we also need to have people doing marketing, advocacy, and of course, LibreOffice, it's a project that has a really huge coverage on the globe. So we need to have a software that is available in several languages, not just in English. And for this, we have people working on translations or localization. When you have a software, you can't forget that there are users that need to know how to use it. So the documentation is another key aspect of a good software and a good product that can be, of course, made available to everyone. And talking about making available something, yes, we can have a software, we can have the best documentation and the best marketing materials translated in all the possible languages. But again, we need to have the people that are taking care of the underlying infrastructure that can make all these possible, all these available to people. And last but not least, we have also the need to improve the user experience, and for this it's important to have expertise on this field for preparing for designing a software that is really following the needs of the people using the software. So at this website, what can I do for LibreOffice.org, you can also find a quick way to see how you can contribute on those different aspects of the LibreOffice project. And if you are curious to understand more on how the foundation is working, let me do just a small advertisement. We have 2 more sessions that will take place both tomorrow. One is related to the TDF membership and will take place tomorrow in room 1 from 3:30 Berlin time, so 1:30 UTC. And the other session is a community survey that with the membership committee we decided to run for understanding better how our community and the needs, in particular, the needs of our community. This second workshop retrospective review will take place always tomorrow at 1:30 Berlin time, so 11:30 UTC. Then, closing this advertising session, we were discussing about contributions to LibreOffice, and the topic of my presentation is it's not just contributions to the project, to LibreOffice, but in particular how companies can contribute and which are the different ways to bring benefit to the project. So for this reason, I want to introduce you the concept behind maintenance. So what I am doing, let's say, on a daily basis, and why also for companies delivering, including LibreOffice in their operating system, it's also important to have a certain level of quality with the software that we are delivering. So just as a quick overview, what is maintenance? Maintenance is definitely something that lasts really long, because for the products that are under support, we're talking about 13 years of support. Then, of course, we could have some special contracts that could even extend this amount of time. But in general, we are talking about something that should work for 13 years. And also LibreOffice has this kind of coverage. And what we are doing in maintenance, we are providing security updates, of course, and we are also providing other updates that are solving other kind of bug fixes that are not classified as security. So over those 13 years, we need to guarantee that the product delivered to customers, but also to the community, don't include regressions, and should also the software delivered should also be done in a way that is not changing how the software is working. And in this case, I'm talking about, for example, configurations, default configurations, or features that are available, and that for customers or also for the community are expected to work in that specific way, in that particular way, without surprises that could happen from one day to the other. So for this reason, the way to deliver this kind of updates, it's not just to take the next released version, in this case of LibreOffice, like the nightly bills, for example, and just compile it, prepare it for the distribution, and make it available to customers and community. The general way is to deliver something that is also having some extra testing, and in general, the preferred way is to avoid to just introduce new versions, but prefer to do what we call backports. So the backport is a fix, a change that is available in a newer version that will be introduced to oldest, let's say, LibreOffice versions, doing all the required tests for avoiding issues. And this doesn't mean that the LibreOffice versions available are old versions. Is also possible to, apart from the backport for bringing needed fixes, it's also possible to have what we call a version bump, so a version upgrade of the software, making some extra step, evaluating the impact of this version bump. So as you can understand, the process, it's not exactly something quick, fast, and easy. The variables that we need to take into account are really a lot. And yeah, it's a long journey, and we need to be sure that everything is working as expected. So this workflow, it's as you can understand, it's not something easy. We are not talking about taking the new version of LibreOffice, building it, create the packages for the distribution, and then make it available to customers and user. The workflow, it's much more complex. This one is just a diagram that is giving a summary of this workflow, and it's also describing how complex is the process, how many steps there are in between. And of course, you can investigate better the full process. It's available at the link that you can find in the slides, and it's from the OpenSUSE wiki, so nothing hidden in not public places. So we said that companies can contribute, users can contribute. We said that the workflow for maintaining a software that is included in an operating system that is supported for almost 13 years, it's something complex. Now I want to show you two examples of a really good cooperation and synergy between all those involved parties. So I want to show you a case where we had a crash in LibreOffice, and another case where we had a so-called data loss. So the first case was a crash in LibreOffice Impress. So a crash from a maintenance point of view, it's something really severe, because we, thinking about the description that I was giving you before, we need to guarantee that the software works. And a crash, it's something that can create really a lot of issues to the user or the customer affected. So if you want to follow the full story, I was also sharing some references to Bugzilla and also to the commit fixing the issue. But the story for this crash went less or more in this case. We had a report that initially was an internal report at SUSE, and we started the initial triage of the bug, and this process, it's of course similar to the triage that as a LibreOffice community we are doing when we have a user reporting an issue. So we were evaluating if the bug was a real bug, so if we were really experiencing a crash, if we were able to reproduce it, trying to also create a document able to reproduce this particular crash for providing to the developers something a bit more easy to validate, to reproduce, and to work on. So the initial triage, it's definitely something helping the developers that will try to fix the problem. And for providing those kind of information, the steps that we followed were exactly the one specified in the usual workflow at TDF. So while was clear that we were able to reproduce the crash, the step was to try to do the git bisect, trying to identify, if possible, where the commit, the change to the LibreOffice code that was introducing this crash, what then we identified as a regression, was introduced. And with the outcome of this git bisect, we then adjusted the priority and the severity of the report, of the bug report. And of course, in these phases, there were several interactions also with the QA team at TDF, and also with other volunteers that had a look at the crash reported. Given that the issue, this crash, was affecting OpenSUSE and also SUSE, so the enterprise version, we decided, following our internal maintenance workflow, to prepare with the maintainer of LibreOffice at SUSE a revert of the commit that was introducing this crash. So we were ready to fix the problem with a kind of temporary fix, but the main goal, always looking at the stability of what we are producing, of what we are releasing, is of course to make the product usable and stable. So the revert was ready, but in the meantime, Collabora was preparing the fix. The fix was made available upstream. For upstream, if you are not familiar with the wording, usually we are identifying the main project, so in this case LibreOffice, while when we are talking about reverting and so on, we are talking about changes done on the OpenSUSE and SUSE level. So we were ready with the revert, but then we got the upstream fix from Collabora, and thanks to that, we decided to go back to the normal workflow that implies to take the change from upstream, backport it to our OpenSUSE and SUSE version, and then follow the normal maintenance update process for being able at the end of this process with testing and so on to deliver the fix. So this was a clear example of how companies can also support and help for keeping LibreOffice a really stable and good productivity suite. The other example that I want to present is a case of data loss. In this case, on LibreOffice Math. For data loss, we are intending a case where, due to an error in the software, an issue in the software, there is a loss of data. So, for example, you are losing information that you are entering in a document, or you are not able anymore to get the content that you were, for example, typing in a document. So this one, it's another case that can be really severe. Fortunately, was only affecting LibreOffice Math, but in any case, it's a data loss issue, and it's not something that can be simply ignored just because it's Math. So again, you have the reference to the upstream bug, so directly the link to the document foundation Bugzilla. And in this case, we had an automation tool, framework that we are using both at SUSE and also at OpenSUSE, that is called OpenQA. I'm not going deeply into this framework, but if you want, you have all the references to the main OpenQA instance that we have at OpenSUSE. But OpenQA is a framework for doing automated tests. And one of the tests that we are executing that is covering LibreOffice is also covering LibreOffice Math. And our OpenQA was indeed highlighting that one of the tests on LibreOffice Math was failing. And then the engineers that are looking at those tests reported an official bug report. And with this bug report, we made also another internal triage directly at SUSE for understanding how big was the impact of this issue on Math. And again, we reused the standard workflow, starting with a git bisect. And thanks to that, we were able to refine the issue a bit, reducing the scope of the problem, because we discovered, for example, that not all the instances of LibreOffice were affected, but only the LibreOffice versions that were executed using GTK. So, for instance, people on KDE, on Plasma, were not affected by this problem, talking about Linux, of course. And we had, again, some good interactions with the QA team at TDF. And as per our workflow, we were ready to prepare a revert for that commit. But in the meantime, we saw that after reporting the issue on the TDF Bugzilla, Red Hat was immediately, really was, I think, a few hours later, they were already providing a fix. And thanks to that, we followed the usual workflow, bringing back the the fix directly to OpenSUSE and SUSE, and following our normal workflow. So this it's another case where it's possible to see that there are definitely different ways to contribute to our project, and that every contribution is an important one. We can't ignore contributions done on areas that are not directly related to development, because every small step is important for having the full picture that is bringing our great and solid LibreOffice to everyone. So after this short overview, I would like to stress the topic that we are a great community, we are a great project, and all this it's possible because we have a cooperation, we have synergies between TDF, several other open source projects, in this case OpenSUSE, but it's not just OpenSUSE and SUSE doing reports for LibreOffice. And last but not least, part of this great synergy, it's the group of companies that are part of the LibreOffice ecosystem. We can improve, definitely, yes. There's always a way to find new solutions for improvement. But now the question is to you. What do you think we could do? So how can we improve this journey that we are sharing together? Any question?
Lothar asked, how was the communication, or which platform was used for coordinating and communication?
Okay, so for the communication, we used mainly Bugzilla. So Bugzilla at SUSE, OpenSUSE, Bugzilla at TDF. And we also reported something directly with the IRC channel, so with the development IRC channel at TDF. Those were the communication channel used.
Thanks.
Any more questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay, so if you don't have a question, my answer to the question that I left in the slide is that yes, we can improve, but we need to improve, and we need to improve our community and our project altogether. So, any other last-minute questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay, so
thanks for your talk.
So let me say thank to all of you. Thanks to all the attendees, and also to the great TDF team that is really working behind the scenes from several weeks now, and also to the other volunteers that are helping with the moderation. So thanks to everyone involved for making this conference possible. Thanks a lot. Really glad to be here.
Great. The next talk will be by Stanislav.
Yeah, let me stop the sharing.
Yeah. Enhancement, a spell checker dictionary by Wikidata lexemes. So we have a pre-recorded video. and hopefully I can share it.
Hello all. As it was probably said, my name is Stanislav Horáček and I am from Czech LibreOffice community. I am also a long-term member of the Document Foundation and I am dealing mainly with localization of LibreOffice to the Czech language. Today I will speak about spell check dictionaries, and if everything goes well, my presentation follows after the speech of Marina Latini, which is a nice coincidence because it was her presentation at last year's LibreOffice Conference which inspires me to prepare this talk. She was talking about Italian community and about state that they had a spell check dictionary which has not been updated for a long time, and I recognized the same pattern at our Czech community because our Handspell dictionary was created sometimes about 2005-06. It is a dictionary licensed under the GPL license, and it was a pity that it has not been updated for a really long time. I don't remember any significant update. That dictionary is used in most of free software applications, and we experience that there are mistakes and there are also missing words because new words are being created. And just remember at all that electrobikes or smartphones which we didn't have 15 years ago. But during the last years, three great things happened, and I will talk about them. Firstly, there was an update of that GPL dictionary. It was totally unexpected and it happened in this year. Also, a few years ago, a so-called Czech Morphological Dictionary was released under the CC0 license, which is Creative Commons 0 license, which means that we can use that data for whatever we want. It is totally permissive license. And also we have now a namespace with dictionary data at Wikidata, and they are also licensed under the CC0 license. So we decided to create a new dictionary with that license and provide it as an alternative of that GPL dictionary. And that GPL updated dictionary is now part of LibreOffice. I will talk about all 3 points, but mainly about the Wikidata dictionary data, so-called lexemes. Regarding the GPL dictionary update, it was a kind of miracle because it was something what no one expected. The update was done by Miroslav Pošta, who is a translator, so a person who is really knows how to work with language, and he states that he wanted to do something useful during the Corona times, and he indeed did, because he touched thousands of words. It was a huge effort. He corrected many forms or patterns for the words. He also systematically edited some parts, and he also removed some forms that are not so used, which sounds maybe a bit controversially, but this pragmatic approach makes sense for me. Just consider if we have a word and if it is more probable that that word is typo than if it is the rare form of valid word, then it makes sense to mark it as incorrect. We somehow hit the limitations of Handspell here, because Handspell provides only binary spell check. For user, it would be perfect to have some probability assigned to that check, but it is something what is not possible currently. And this updated dictionary is part of LibreOffice 7.2, and it is an advantage that LibreOffice is considered as upstream of Handspell dictionaries, so it was taken also by Mozilla applications, and we are expecting that it will be taken by others. In 2019, Masaryk University, in cooperation with Red Hat, released their dictionary, which was based on analysis of language corpus and some semi-automatic processing of it. It contains only some selected parts of speech, namely nouns, adjectives, and verbs. There are also some missing parts, like proper nouns are missing, or comparison of adjectives is missing. But still, it is quite sufficient database of tens of thousands lexemes, and it was used by us as a base for the new experimental dictionary. And the main point, in 2018, Wikidata introduced a new namespace with a database of lexicographical data. The basic unit of that database is so-called lexeme, which can be typically a word, but also a phrase or a part of word like suffix or prefix. And we can store also metadata there, like characteristics of the lexeme, relations with other lexemes, and so on. For Czech language, we have more than 2,000 lexemes there currently. And as we will see in a few moments, we have a user interface available to create and maintain lexemes, which allows to normal user access to that database. Also important that it's a Wikimedia Foundation project, which guarantees stability, and it is better than any of homemade solutions which we were considering. And we are talking about spell check dictionaries, but it's a common database which we can use for any tool dealing with language, so also hyphenation dictionary of synonyms, which we can both find in LibreOffice as well. But I can imagine also tools for adding diacritics to the text, dealing with translating or with grammar checking, and so on and so on. And we are doing here something what is a perfect example of free software or free data principles, because we are developing a common database shared by many projects, and doing it at one place and by joint forces. How does it look? This is a page with example of lexeme, Czech adverb duchaplně. If you are familiar with Wikidata, you know that IDs of Wikidata items starts with Q. Here ID of lexeme starts with L. Here we have information about language, part of speech, and sense of the lexeme, and the list of forms follows. In this case, we have 3 degrees of comparison of Czech adverbs. Another example is prasátko, which means a small pig. Here we have information about etymology and then about language style. It's a diminutive. We can provide many types of language style. For instance, if it is formal or informal word, if it is archaic, if it is kind of dialect. And it's a bit pity that Hanspel cannot work with this information, because for me as a user I would love to check. I want to do my spell check only by using formal words, or I want also include informal words, and so on and so on. We can also connect lexemes with real Wikidata items. I mean that items starting with Q. So here we have 3 connected with the item. This is the link to the Wikidata item, and for instance we can then check the Wikipedia page about this term. Also we can state connections between lexemes. In this case we say that this lexeme has a synonym, and as I said before, this information can be directly used for creation of dictionary of synonyms. We can also add other metadata as pronunciation, examples of usage, and so on, but they are not usable by spell check dictionaries, so I will not talk about them. I was talking about a user interface for maintaining lexemes. This is a basic page how to create a new lexeme. I just insert lemma, basic forms, language, and lexical category, which is part of speech, and I am done. Then I need to add all the forms of the lexeme by hand, which is not so convenient. So there are also templates provided. For instance, this template allows us to add all forms of a verb in this form. If we have more complicated cases, like in case of check adjective, which can have more than 100 of forms, we can use also this batch loading, and this input is prepared probably somehow automatically. Of course, we can use also API access to Wikidata, and specifically to Wikidata lexemes. There is a query language for Wikidata. We can use also Python packages for accessing the data, like this one is a general one, and LexData is a package specialized for lexemes, but there are also others. A bit of statistics. Here we can see number of lexemes by language. We can find here big and traditional languages like Russian, English, German, French, but also a smaller one which has probably enthusiastic volunteers who enter the data. And in general, first places in these charts means that data has been imported automatically from some sources. But not only number of lexemes matters. This is a chart showing another aspect of the data. It means how much of Wikipedia texts are covered by that Lexemes database. For instance, in case of Swedish, only about 10% of words in Wikipedia is not covered by a lexicographical database. And we are talking here about tokens, which means all words, not only unique words. So frequency of the words is considered in this matrix. This is something what I have already said, that we decided to create a new Czech spell check dictionary license under the CC0 license, which is created as a combination of morphological dictionary and of data from Wikidata, and that dictionary is still considered as experimental. It is provided as an extension for LibreOffice, and also Mozillians prepared version for the Mozilla applications, and we can also check words online at the web page českéslovníky.cz. Let's look how the old and new Czech dictionaries are successful. In this chart we see the similar characteristics as the coverage of Wikipedia was, with that difference that we don't have Wikipedia database here or Wikipedia corpus, but some small but still representative example of texts containing few 100,000 of words. And in the chart we can again see the number of missing tokens, which are marked by the spell checked as incorrect. In the bottom part with red color we have that traditional GPL dictionary, which is shipped with LibreOffice, and this is the original former version, and there was also an alternative version which was not part of LibreOffice, but it was slightly better. And this one is the latest version, result of the update done by Miroslav Pošta, and we can see that his changes were really significant and improved the dictionary a lot. Regarding the new experimental CC0 dictionary, this is the initial state, which took only the data from the morphological dictionary with no Wikidata. If we include Wikidata, we see a significant improvement, and during the time as database on Wikidata was increasing, the improvement is more and more significant. So this is the current version, but we still see that the experimental dictionary is not at the same quality level as the original one. So the main message of my presentation is that we have a database of words or of lexemes at Wikidata, and its database for any language is licensed under the really permissive license. We can do whatever we want with that data. We can access it through quite convenient user interface or by programming interface, and the previous chart showed that we applied that data successfully to improve performance of spell checking dictionary of the Czech language. So if I could advise you, just check the lexemes and try to incorporate them into your spell checking dictionary, because it's available, it's for free, and you don't lose anything by testing it. And if you like it, you are welcome to contribute to that lexemes data. And in my opinion, the Wikidata lexemes, it's a perfect place where to store our dictionary data and where to maintain them. So that's all. Thanks for your attention, and let's go to the questions if there are any.
Yeah, thanks for the talk, Stanislav. At least until now, I do not see any questions. At least thanks for your work. The next talks are 3 lightning talks, one by Zapa Academia. Sorry, I'm not that good in wording. The title is...
Thank you. It's good enough.
Okay, great. It's PPTX, footer export and import interoperability. And afterwards, 2 talks by Samuel Mebold, edit LibreOffice files directly from Nextcloud web interface. And the second one, color filters in Calc. Stanislav, I have a question. You said that that it's experimental, the Czech directory. Do you have any time frame for switching over the directory? I can't hear you. I see that you are unmuted, but I can't hear you. Yep. Well, maybe write it in the chat in Jitsi and read it for everybody. I can't hear you. You should try it again.
Software, in case you talk, you are muted.
No, I'm not talking right now.
The question was to Stanislav. And Stanislav, Olivier is asking for the wiki URL for Lexemes. He want to check the status of Portuguese. I guess we can provide that URL also later. Or in the chat. Stanislav, you are still muted for the case you want to talk, to answer some questions. Or try the Jitsi chat and I read loudly your answer. Can you provide the wiki memes URL? So I can paste it at least in the chat for Olivier. The Wikidata URL. Okay, I posted the URL for the statistics in the Telegram chat, which is also bridged. Yeah. I believe you are still muted. No, I can't. I hear my echo.
So, assuming my talk starts in a minute now, most likely there won't be any question and time. So, I'm on IRC. If you'd like to ask questions during the talk, I try to answer them. It's a pre-recorded talk. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah, great. Then let us start the video sharing.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarper Akdemir and I'm an internet collaborator. In this lightning talk, I'll be talking about some hacking I did around PPTX footer interoperability. Let's start by talking what was there to fix. Export of footers wasn't there for PPTX at all. This meant instant data loss for any user that saved to PPTX. Also, a footer imported from PPTX was imported directly as a text box. Impress didn't recognize it as a footer. Although this caused no data loss, I thought tackling this method since when a user saves to PPTX and reopens the file, although it is not advised to do so as a workflow, there would be no footers anymore. They would just become text boxes. And the user just can't manipulate the footers in batches anymore, which I believe the main selling point of the footers in presentations. It is important to note here that it is technically not quite possible to always import footers from PPTX into Impress as footers, since in PPTX it is possible to style a footer differently than its master, and this is just not possible on ODP or Impress, which inherits all footer related style from the master. So, what was the fix? The import problem was the first one I tackled. Main challenge here was differentiating whether a footer had some additional formatting applied to it that the master placeholder didn't have. If it inherited all the changes from the master and there was nothing additional, it was imported as a slide property, meaning a standard Impress footer. If it had some additional styling, etc., it just fallbacks to the previous implementation and gets imported as a text box. To clarify, before the import fix, after footers were imported from a PPTX file with footers, none of these boxes were checked. The footers were there, but Impress didn't know they were indeed footers. And after the fix, we can successfully get the footers as Impress understands them. After I was happy with the import, I started to work on the export fix. To make the export work and make a round trip possible, I had to implement export of placeholder index to reference placeholders. This is how normally placeholders are referenced on PPTX. A shape from the slide has a placeholder index which references the layout placeholder, and the layout has another placeholder index that references the master placeholder. This is the mechanism PPTX uses to inherit styles from the correct placeholder, and it inherits these styles from the LSD styles tag of the placeholder it references. There was no export of LSD styles nor placeholder indexes implemented, so I implemented some basic versions of both that covers the problem with footers. After getting those ready, making as export of the footers work were relatively easy. With import and export of the footers done, now saving to PPTX and reopening the PPTX file to work on it will hopefully create less friction, and users will find their footers as they expected to find them. Also, while I'm at it, I tried to improve the datetime conversion a little. Refactored some code there, and there were some objectively better mappings for some datetime formats, so I changed them. Before ending the talk, let me talk about what's left or what could be improved. Right now, the implementation only covers slide footers. It does not include export of notes or handout page footers. Including those should hopefully be straightforward. Also, there is a regression. It appears that this happens since there is no lang tag specified on export. Thanks a lot, Cisco, for pointing this out. This is in my radar and I'll fix it soon. One last thing to improve could be using the LSD styles for all placeholders on export. I think this might result in better interoperability. So that's all from me. Thank you all for listening to my lightning talk. I wish you all a happy conference. Cheers. Bye bye.
Das ist gemutet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
I don't see any questions for the first lightning talk, so I would say, Samuel, you can start.
Hi, can you see and hear me?
Loud, yeah.
Great. Okay. Yeah, welcome from Hamburg. Here's Samuel from Allotropia. And I have two small talks today, right one after the other. The first is about LibreOffice and Nextcloud. I want to talk how we developed the Nextcloud app to edit files directly from Nextcloud in LibreOffice.
You don't.
Sorry, one question. Are my slides appearing in the stream?
Not anymore. It was at the beginning.
Let me try again.
Okay, I see the Firefox.
Now?
No, I see still.
I see them. I can see. Not anymore.
Okay, it seems when I start the presentation, it goes away.
I see the Firefox and.
Okay, this way it works. Still not.
Yes, for me,
Probably.
that was working for me.
This
Now
was
It's
working.
visible, I can see too.
Okay, so I will not start the slideshow. This seems to not work, but you can see the slides from here. Okay, yeah. The question was, how to improve editing documents in Nextcloud. What you already can do, like set up a desktop link, have your files locally, edit them. You can use online Office in Nextcloud and edit them directly. And we added one more opportunity. If you want to use the browser and have a local LibreOffice, you can now directly click on the files in Nextcloud and have them opened in LibreOffice via WebDAV, and so that you can also save them back. Yeah, the Nextcloud app is available in the Nextcloud App Store. You can find it by just searching for LibreOffice in the store or using this link. The source code is on github.com/allotropia, etc. You can find it there. It's a small app. It basically just registers for several MIME types, ODF, OXML, and I think plain text, a download URI, vendor.libreoffice.cmd, which is then again registered on the operating system.
Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry?
But neither YouTube nor me see the slides. I always only see the Firefox sharing, and then it stops. So there seems to be a problem.
Yeah. Okay, let me try it. If I just select the window. Better now?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Okay, so it seems I have to just select one window to share, not the whole screen.
Yeah.
That seems to work. Okay, yeah, this is my notes. Basically, I'm currently here. LibreOffice basically registers in the operating system, says this vendor.libreoffice.cmd URI is, for me, open it with LibreOffice, please. That works since 5.3 on Windows. I think Mike Kagansky implemented that, and since 7.2 also on Linux and Mac. Yeah, communication happens via WebDAV, so there's no new protocol. It's just the existing things we already had now are used in this case too. And yeah, one thing you need to remember is when you have two-factor authentication in Nextcloud enabled, you need to set up an app password in Nextcloud. You can't use your normal login credentials. Okay, now I just want to quickly demo it. I think after my talks is still some space, so I can probably go a few minutes over time. Okay, yeah, I have this Nextcloud folder here, just some ODT document in it, and the plugin or the Nextcloud app, all that it does is registers a new context menu item, added with LibreOffice, and once you click this, Firefox asks, should I allow this link to open? Yes, then you can choose an application, and there is LibreOffice 7.2, which has this prefix registered. Then you can open the link, and yeah, I think you don't see that now, but now LibreOffice opens. You enter your Nextcloud credentials, and then you basically have the document open in LibreOffice via WebDAV. You can just save it back, and it will be back in Nextcloud. Yeah, that's all about this Nextcloud app we developed. Any questions on this?
Not until now.
Okay, then I will.
Michael says looks cool.
Okay.
This is Olivier speaking. I have a question. You are using web.
Michael says looks cool.
Sorry?
This is Olivier speaking. I have a question. You are using web app? WebDAV?
Sorry? Yeah, WebDAV is the protocol that is used, so you can both open and save back.
I guess you can start with a second lightning talk.
Let me just switch my window. Okay, you see that? The screen, my slides?
Yeah, in full screen.
Okay, great. Yes, great. Okay, the next topic I want to talk about is color filter in Calc, a new feature we implemented where you can filter cells by color.
Something happened. Not anymore.
Gone. Okay. Try again. Now it works?
Yep.
Hopefully. Okay, so the screen still seems not to work. Then you see the whole LibreOffice window. Okay, yeah, what is this about? So imagine you have a large calc table. It's gone again.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just try to share the calc window then. Maybe that works. Okay, you see something?
Yeah. we can see.
Okay, so imagine you got this nice spreadsheet from your coworker, and it's maybe much larger than what I have, and he marked, so it's gone again.
Yes.
Maybe I should leave the video, turn the video off. Maybe that helps.
At least you have another 15 minutes, so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, basically you have cells which are marked per color. You have a table which has an autofilter, and what you could already do before is tell the autofilter, show me only the certain values or something, and filter like that. And now you can also say, I only want to see the red cells or only the yellow ones, whatever color you want to have. So it's not based on the text that is in it, but on the background color or the text color. So if we only want to see blue colors, that works. Then you could say, okay, I only want these yellow texts shown. You could additionally filter after that, etc. So this works with direct formatting. This is directly set the font color and the background color, but it also works with conditional formatting. In this column E, there is a color scale set, and yeah, that works the same way. You can just filter those like the other ones. What does not work currently, if you have a data format or data number styles, I don't know the exact name, but you can tell the cell when the number is negative, it should be red, for example. That's a common use case. There's an open bug about that. That's still to be done. Okay, it's gone again. Oh, it's back. Okay, improved. Okay, and one more thing you can do is use the standard filter dialog. Oh, okay, the dialog, of course, does not appear.
So is it a bug in Calc or in Jitsi?
In Jitsi. It does appear for me, but not for you, because I only shared one window. Can try to share my whole screen again. Okay.
Yeah, looks great.
Look quickly, as long as it's still there. Yeah, so you can do the same here, select the colors, have and or combinations. You can even select multiple colors in one column with this dialog. Yeah, that's all implemented. Yeah, that is basically the features. This works with XLSX and import and export. That was the original motivation from the customer, but it also works with ODF. We added an ODF extension for 1.3, and for 1.4 there is a proposal which is, I think, already accepted. Yeah, so yeah, this is what this is all about. Yeah, the bug report, I found one since 2011, so was at least feature or requested since at least 10 years. Maybe there is even older bug reports. Yeah, that's all about this topic. Are there any more questions?
So it's I have a question. It's now implemented with extension for ODF and should go in ODF standard for 1.4.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Until now, I can't see any question to talk. I love that feature, actually. I really miss that. That's cool to have filtering based on colors.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
basic implementation is already in 7.2, and 7.3 will have some improvements like the standard filter now also supports it.
Yes, I confirm it's a very long time demand from users. Always when they migrate from Excel, they always ask about this color filtering. So thanks for implementing that, Samuel. It's a very nice feature.
Welcome, good to hear. Okay, thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So we have still 10 minutes to the next talk. The next talk will be by Michael Stahl, ODF Status Update 2021 edition. And as long nobody asks anything, I guess we have a short break. Yeah. The next talk is by Michael Stahl, ODF Status Update 2021 edition. It's a very long video, so if you have questions, best ask these in the chat, and hopefully the questions can be answered. At least the time slot. Yeah, after that, Italo's directly talking, so I guess we cannot provide the answers in the video, on YouTube and other media. So spoken. So let's start the video.
Hello, my name is Michael Stahl, and I want to give you a quick status update about the current ODF situation for this year's LibreOffice conference. And I work for a company called Allotropia Software. We do lots of consulting related to LibreOffice. And so first a quick overview about the history of ODF. And in the beginning, in the year 2002, Sun Microsystems wanted to have an open standard for Office documents. So they went to this standards organization, OASIS, and there the technical committee was created for this purpose, to develop the open document format for Office applications. And in 2005, the first version of the standard was finished. It became an OASIS standard, and this OASIS standard 1.0 was then taken to a different organization, ISO, and in this subcommittee number 34 there, it was turned into an international standard. And then a couple of years later there was a new OASIS standard 1.1, and in 2011 there was version 1.2 was finished, and this one contains a lot of new features and substantial changes. And now, just earlier this year, in June, we managed to finish, and OASIS has published the OASIS standard for ODF version 1.3. And so generally speaking, all of these versions are backwards compatible, which is nice. So given that we have a new version now, finally after 10 years it's finished, I think it's time to celebrate a bit. And so what about this technical committee? Who is actually in that committee and who is doing the work? So first we have Alfred from Microsoft and Andreas, who is an individual and is also the maintainer of the numeric spreadsheet application. Then we have Francis, who is one of our editors, and myself. I am also technically an editor now. And then we have Patrick, who is probably the longest running member of this committee. He is one of the chairs and also an editor. And then we have Regina, who is representing the Document Foundation, and she is doing quite a lot of very excellent work there. And then we have Rich from Microsoft, and also Svante, who is an individual member and is also now co-chair and editor. And I should like to point out that this entire talk is just basically my personal opinion, and I do in no way speak for the committee or for ACES or for anybody else. So, since we have finished ODF 1.3 now, what are we currently working on? We actually started to discuss the proposals that should go into version 1.4, the next version of ODF, about 3 years ago already, which I was surprised to learn recently. So currently the committee is still very busy working on all of these proposals, and also earlier this year we have discussed and accepted a new charter for the TC, because we noticed that the previously current version of the charter made ambitious predictions about what should happen in the year 2005, so it was a little bit outdated. And the most important item, I think, in the new charter is that we want to move to a bit of a more agile process and not have another 10-year delay between versions. So as part of that, we want to deliver a committee specification draft once a year, and yeah, hopefully this should provide a bit of an incentive to speed things up a bit. And what have we done already for the next version of ODF? So we are tracking all of the proposals that should go into ODF in the OASIS JIRA, and we have resolved already somewhere between 35 and 40 issues there, and there were several new features that have been accepted. There are more than a dozen improvement issues, which in some cases are some sort of clarification of the specification, and in other cases maybe even a small feature. And the largest chunk of the accepted issues have been defects in the specification that have been fixed. And what is still left to do? We have about, again, 35 issues that are targeted at ODF 1.4 which have not been resolved yet, and then there are an additional more than 100 issues that have the target ODF next, which means they are basically ready to be discussed by the committee. And in addition to that, there are maybe 50 that have ODF later, which means they will only be discussed if there's nothing more important. But of course, since I mentioned we want to be a bit more agile, it doesn't mean if an issue has the target ODF 1.4 that it's guaranteed to get into ODF 1.4. There probably will be a time-based cutoff at some point, but I don't know yet when that will be. And in addition to these issues that are already tracked in Jira, we have in LibreOffice many features that have already been implemented as ODF extensions, for which there is not yet an Oasis Jira issue. These features are tracked in the wiki on this ODF extensions page. And in addition to that, we have found, while running all of the unit tests that are in the LibreOffice code base, that there are additional namespace, extension namespace elements and attributes being exported. And these are tracked in a schema file that is in the LibreOffice Git repository, because without that the unit test would fail, because it tries to validate every exported ODF document against the schema. And some of these are still missing both in the Oasis Jira and on the wiki. And it's possible that there are even more features already implemented for which there exists no unit test. Of course, it's hard to find these features, but yeah. And now we come to the question of how is the development of the ODF standard being funded. And this was a bit of a problem during the ODF 1.3 process, because it turned out that all of the large corporations that have funded this in previous decades were no longer interested. And so Regina came up with this idea that we should distribute the funding so that we aren't dependent on a single large corporation anymore. And this is now set up as COSM, the community of ODF standard maintainers, and it's run via some non-profit corporation in the UK that's managed by Simon Phipps. And there was seed funding provided for this by the Document Foundation, and then several corporate sponsors also pitched in, like Microsoft and Collabora and CIB. And what's being funded there is the ODF editors, so Francis and Patrick are being funded to actually create the standard documents and schemas out of all of the proposals that are in all of these Jira issues. And now also Svante is being funded to implement ODF 1.3 support in the ODF Toolkit project, which is these days also hosted at DDF. And what we have, what has been achieved so far with this funding is that the 1.3 standard is actually finished now. And what we hope to be able to get funded soon, or I'm not sure if it's actually funded yet, we want to automate the editorial release process a bit, so that there isn't as much manual work involved. So we want to have some tooling to automate things. Which brings us to the next topic, the editing workflow for the next version of ODF. And yeah, as I said, we have all of these proposals in the Oasis Jira. So how are we going to get them into the specification documents? We nowadays, since about a year ago, we have a GitHub repository which contains all of the deliverables of the specification, so the ODT documents and also the various generated files like PDFs and so on. And it also contains the tooling that processes these deliverables and converts them and whatnot. So there are things like converting the ODT file to HTML, or extracting default values out of the specification text, because for technical reasons they cannot be in the schema. And we are already using this GitHub repository for a bit of a pull request workflow to enable reviews. But this is, while it's useful, it's not as useful as it would be for a software development project, because there is no tool that can merge ODT documents. So it's not possible to use branches for that. And yeah, there are currently a lot of manual steps involved when editing the documents. So things like version numbers have to be adjusted, and links to previous versions have to be set multiple different locations, and there are 4 different parts which means 4 ODT documents that all have to basically show the same information for this boilerplate, and it's all very time intensive and error prone to maintain all of that manually. So we are currently planning how to automate the workflow a bit there, so that we can have some tooling to do the boring parts of the work. And we also want to have a bit of continuous integration there that can create all of the different output formats. For example, the ODT is converted into PDF and HTML, and this is currently done manually by just starting Writer and going through the menus. So yeah, this would be nice to have. One question which held up the ODF 1.3 process quite a lot at the end was how do we convert the ODT specifications into HTML files that look nice in all of the browsers. Because the previous versions of ODF were all also available as HTML, and of course this is very useful. So in Writer there are basically 2 different export filters. The first one is the Save as HTML, so it's available in the Save as menu item, and this one is implemented in C++. And we found that it can only export the math formulas as images, which are not at all accessible. So this is clearly not ideal. And then there were some issues with the table borders, and also problems with nested numbering. So somehow the numbering turned out different in different places, and this was particularly bad because you can have references to some numbered paragraph somewhere, and well, it's bad if these numbers don't match then. And then there were also some cross-references that were not exported as hyperlinks that you can click on. So yeah, some issues there, and unfortunately nobody had time to investigate how to fix those problems. So the second option to export from Writer is the export to XHTML, so that is under the export item in the menu, and this one is implemented in XSLT. And at first it appeared that it would be just basically unusably slow with the implementation of XSLT that is used by default in LibreOffice. In particular in part 3, where there were thousands of headings, and there was some algorithm in the XSLT that was quadratic, iterating all of those headings, but we were able to fix that, and then the speed up was so tremendous that it only took about half an hour to export part 3, and we found that if we install the Saxon XSLT2 transformer extension, which is basically providing a different implementation of XSLT, we get a enormous speed up, and the export can be done in about 3 minutes, which is now practical. And then Svante, fortunately and thankfully, had a lot of spare time available last year to fix a lot of small problems with the quality of the generated HTML. So it looks really nicely now. And in order to make all of this bug fixing easier, we decided to put a copy of the LibreOffice XSLT filter into the ODFTC Git repository, so that we don't have to wait for a new release of LibreOffice if there are any problems that we need to fix. We have just recently synced the 2 copies of the XSLT filter again, and there is just 1 patch remaining in the ODFTC fork of it, which is that it adds some huge JavaScript blob called MathJax, because one serious problem that we had is that the Google browser that has like most of the browser market, I forgot what it's called, Internet Explorer or something like that, it cannot display the 20 years old MathML properly. So and that's what this JavaScript blob then fixes. It somehow converts the MathML that's in the document to something that the Google browser can display. And now for something slightly different. What was going on in recent years in the LibreOffice project with relation to ODF? So firstly, the Document Foundation put out a tender to implement ODF 1.3 conformance in LibreOffice, and this was awarded to CIB, and it was all implemented and is shipping in the 7.0 release. And since this release, ODF 1.3 Extended is the default file format of LibreOffice. So then there was a second tender, which was about adding features that are new in ODF 1.3, but which had not been implemented in LibreOffice. So this was the ODF 1.3 Delta tender. And this one was also awarded to CIB, and these features, most of which were in chart, are now shipping in the LibreOffice 7.2 release. And then there is a third tender, which is currently underway, about implementing automated ODF filter regression testing. So the idea there was that we have this server somewhere which has about 100,000 documents on it, and it's loading all of these documents and exporting them to a couple different file formats, and the goal here is to compare the ODF documents that have been produced by the current development version of LibreOffice against the documents that have been produced by the previous version from the previous day, for example, so that if there are any unexpected changes there, we would know about them. And this has been awarded to Collabora, and they are currently working on it. So now to the final topic of this presentation. You want to add a new feature to LibreOffice that requires some sort of ODF extension. So how do you go about doing that? So firstly, you can add the implementation with elements and attributes in an extension namespace. The prefix for this namespace is LOX, and this is all described in the wiki. And then you should add a unit test for the new feature, and probably this unit test is going to fail because the testing framework runs the ODF validator on the exported files, and it's going to complain about your new extension elements. So you have to add them to the schema file, which is in the Git repository in this directory here. And usually this is quite easy if you just want to add another attribute somewhere. If it's a more complicated case, you can always ask me. And then once your new feature is in the master branch, you can add it in the wiki to the page that lists all of the ODF extensions. And during this whole process, you can ping Regina or Svante or me, and we can give you hints on what to do or what not to do. It would also be quite useful to have a demo document for the feature, because very often new features are also kind of obscure, and it's not that obvious where to find them in the user interface and so on. So that would be useful to have. And then you have several options. You could, if you like, write a proposal yourself to get the new feature into the ODF specification, and there is a public mailing list at Oasis called Office Comment, and it just requires subscription, but anybody can do that and send ideas to this list. Or alternatively, you can ping the three of us and we can discuss the feature with you and write a proposal then, and we can get it on the agenda of the TC and hopefully discuss it rather quickly. And based on the feedback that we get from this discussion in the TC, we can give you some quick feedback if there are some changes required. Sometimes people object to certain aspects of a new feature and want to do it differently, or find that there is some obscure way to use an existing feature to do the same thing, or things like that. But in any case, we will get back to you with the result of the discussion, and hopefully get the new feature into the next committee specification draft. And then ideally, if there are any changes required, you would have some time to adapt the implementation before the next release happens and it goes out to the users. So the goal here is that we want to have a quicker feedback cycle for implementers of new features, so that we don't have a situation that we had in the past where we have to ask people what they did 5 or 10 years ago, which they likely have forgotten the details of. So that was all from me, and thanks for listening.
Yeah. Thanks for a very long, in detail presentation. Some questions were already posted in the chat and also answered, but the time is up, so I cannot repeat the questions. And the next talk is by Italo, an update about ODF advocacy. Italo, you're still muted. For the case you want.
I was launching LibreOffice to start the sharing the screen. Now it's okay.
If you already share something,
No, I didn't share yet. Just give me a second, because I was trying to solve a different problem in room 3. So now you should see.
Yeah.
You should see my presentation now.
I can see it well.
Okay, so morning everyone, or good afternoon, good evening, according to your geographical location. What has happened to ODF advocacy? You probably remember, people that are more caring more about ODF can remember that 2 years ago we launched the ODF advocacy open project at Oasis. Unfortunately, in 2 years, not a single company apart TDF and CIB showed the intention of supporting the project. So according to the rules set by Oasis, the open project has been closed, which doesn't mean that the project is dead, but just that is not hosted anymore at Oasis. I am currently organizing the hosting the project at TDF. I will create a website immediately after the conference, but we definitely need volunteers in addition to Marina and me that are willing to keep the project alive. I know that there are people that are willing to do this. Of course, when the project was hosted at Oasis, the objective of the first The first year was to attract other companies, but although we seriously try to do that, it looks like the issue of having open formats is not very much shared by users of Office productivity software. The objectives of the ODF advocacy project are educating the users, and we definitely need to educate the users, because the fact that no one cares about open format shows that users have to be educated. They are the fact that they don't care means that they don't realize that they are locked in by proprietary software. And to educate users, we need communication and marketing material. This, of course, is something we already have some materials. I have created and shared some presentations. We need to become more active as a community in this specific area. So I think that the charter of the ODF advocacy is not changed. We have to create awareness and educate the world, and especially government and enterprises, about the benefits of using open document format and in general open document formats to avoid lock-in. And so we should collect existing materials. I have collected over 1,000 documents, and I've started creating an index of these documents. It will take some time, but I will start sharing the index with a probably weekly update by adding documents. Luckily, we have a lot of materials and a lot of evidence about the advantages of standard-based document formats. So this is something that I will share. I will probably organize the next marketing call in early October around this topic, because it's something that we need to solve rather quickly. And then some example of materials that we can find are, of course, that you can find and create. Is a dedicated website. We can probably create a Twitter account, ODF Advocacy, do a social media campaign, create a LinkedIn page, try to attract some journalists. We always have at a conference program. And it's probably time, and we should work with the ODF TC, the ODF Technical Committee, to organize a PlugFest in next year in 2022. Of course, the PlugFest are supposed to be face-to-face events. It's probably possible to organize a virtual PlugFest, but as people is supposed to work on documents, of course, being face-to-face is important. In terms of education, basically we have to educate people on everything about document standards. They completely ignore the topic. In some cases, they know what standard means, but in some cases they have a lot of confusion in their minds about the meaning of standard. And in terms of marketing, we can work about the impact of standards on productivity, the value of interoperability, and so on and so forth. Benefits for the business are that the companies, enterprises should start understanding and discover the advantages of using standards and also the savings of using standards. At the moment, no one considers the hidden cost of lack of interoperability, but the reality is that there are studies, although not very well known, that show that cost of lack of interoperability can scale to millions of dollars very quickly, very rapidly. In terms of document standards, we have to explain why, because one of the objections that I've got is, but if today you are sharing documents on the cloud, why you need formats? Because what is and this is are people that have been involved in open source for years, and they completely ignore the fact that even on the cloud, a document is based on contents which are saved and stored somewhere. And if those contents are saved in a proprietary format, then the lock-in mechanism is exactly the same. It's not because it is on the cloud that the lock-in doesn't happen. Lock-in happens exactly in the same way. Imagine saving on the cloud a document today, a docx document, and just leaving on the cloud that document for 10 years, and in 10 years open the same document using a different flavor of Microsoft Office. Do you figure out what is going to happen? Best case, it will completely screwed up. Worst case, it will not be open at all. So we have to educate, unfortunately, also people that should be already knowledgeable about document standards. And this is a very unfortunate situation, and is definitely one of the assets of Microsoft campaign. Now, Microsoft campaign about standards is based on ignorance. Is a campaign about ignoring which is the reality. Just a few to stress a few concepts about the open document format. Is the true document standard which offers freedom of choice. The reality is that it's also the only document standard. The reality is that Office OpenXML has never reflected the standard as it was described in the documents approved by ISO in 2008. So the reality is that Office OpenXML has never existed. In reality, is existing only on paper, but that paper has been quickly forgotten by the same writer of the paper, the same creator of the paper, which is Microsoft. So the document standards are the best, are one of the foundations of interoperability. So they have to respect some basic concept. They have to use standard elements, not elements that are invented by the company that is creating the standard, as it happens for Office OpenXML. Should be based on other open standards and should be predictable, in the sense that if you write, if you develop a document, let's say a 2-page document, and then you create a similar 2-page document on another machine, another operating system, another version of LibreOffice, or a different software supporting properly ODF, the ODF file should be rather similar, because the syntax, the XML syntax, the schema used is the same, and therefore the differences in the XML should reflect the differences in the two documents, but they should be the same according to the version of the standard. If you save a document with Office Open XML, so let's say that you use Word and save a docx document, that docx document will change at least 9 times over the year, even if the version which is not reflected in the document and the software are the same, because the syntax and the schema are changing without any warning for the user, without any communication to the user. And this is unacceptable for a standard, and is unfortunately what is been happening during the last 13, 14 years with Office Open XML documents. So elements of interoperability are quite many. There is the application, there is the data format, and what is very important, there is the organization. So enterprises, they have not been used to think in terms of standards. So they don't adopt a single standard. They don't adopt the application based on the fact that they support a standard. They don't train the user about creating standard-based documents, so creating documents that are interoperable with other documents. This is a pity, but it's possible. We have, for instance, for more mature organization like CERN in Geneva, we have been running trainings about creating interoperable documents for the last 9 months. And it looks like this is working with users. Users, at the same way, have never been trained to think a document in terms of standard. So they think at each document like a different thing from even from the previous document they have created. Like document cannot have common characteristics. Once they realize that document can have common characteristics, at least common basic characteristic that make it easier to find the differences, because if you always use the same page style and layout, if you always use the same styles for text, if you always use the same or 2 or 3 fonts, but not more, then if you have an issue with a document, it's rather easy to spot the issue, because it's not one of these common elements. So users react in a very positive way to training, but unfortunately they're not trained. And of course, the benefit of interoperability is that you just exchange the document without even thinking about the fact that the document can be accessed by someone else, just because you know that the document will work on a different platform, a different operating system, and a different software. And it is very important for interoperability to use standards, because they make it easier for the user to achieve interoperability. In addition to the advantages of using ODF, LibreOffice has an additional advantage, which is the engine integration. LibreOffice is using the same common productivity engine that we are now describing with the term of LibreOffice technology on every different platform, so on desktop, mobiles, and cloud. Other software, they use a different engine for each platform, because not only they miss the same integration, the same capabilities, but as the suites miss, the suite in general, the suite architecture miss the integration which is typical of LibreOffice, they found it easier to develop a different engine for each platform, instead of porting that engine to the platform, which is the work that LibreOffice developers have done. So, for instance, and of course, in this area, the worst one is and this is no surprise, is Microsoft Office. As the engine are completely different, they have been rewritten from scratch. And this reflects in the format, in document formats, which are completely different as well. ODF has characteristics that are extremely well thought in terms of interoperability. So it is consistent across operating systems. If you save the same 2-page, 3-page, 1,000-page document on Linux, Windows, macOS, the ODF will be the same, or the differences will be negligible. Let's say less than 1% differences. ODF is reusing ISO standards, so vector graphic standards, is reusing, for instance, the Gregorian calendar as a standard, which Excel ignores completely, is using ISO standards for colors, ISO standards for language tags, and these are all characteristics that Office OpenXML is ignoring and reinvent the wheels every time. And the XML basic content of an ODF document are human readable, and they are human readable by normal users. I frequently make the test. I unzip the document and I show the underlying XML to people, and they are usually surprised by the close correspondence that they find between the XML, which is of course not visually attracting as the document on screen, and the document on screen. They usually they look and say, "Oh, but it's exactly the same," and I say, "Yes, this is exactly the same. This makes it easier for you to, for instance, to rebuild a document should the original document be damaged for some reason." Although this never happens with ODF documents, or very infrequently happens with ODF documents, but if the document breaks, you are able to recreate the document in a rather straightforward way. So the basic concept about ODF, and this is like LibreOffice technology. These are concepts that should be repeated almost on almost every presentation that we show to users. So ODF is solid and robust. We know that ODF files do not break, and is really infrequent. Is consistent across operating systems. Is truly interoperable. We are used to exchange ODF files. We know that ODF file work. ODF is also predictable because, as I said before, once you understand and you know the way that an ODF file is represented in XML language, you probably imagine already how your file will look like if you unzip the file and look at the underlying XML. So ODF is a better standard file format for users of personal productivity software. Microsoft is telling people that Office OpenXML is better described, which is totally false. It's totally false for not just for one reason, but at least for three reasons. The first is that they have completely rewritten the XML schema. They don't follow a single concept of XML. So XML should be human readable, easy, and so on and so forth. So they spend a large amount of pages of description to describe the mess they have created with their own schema. Second reason, they reinvent most of the standards that are already used by ODF. So while if you look at ODF, you will find references, for instance, to the SVG standard. Microsoft has redescribed the EML non-standard vector format. By the way, they were the first to deprecate the format, but then they used the format on their supposedly standard format, exactly because they didn't want to make a standard format. So they spend thousands of pages to reinvent the wheel. And the third reason is that even if condition 1 and condition 2 were respected, so even if the schema was a simple XML schema, even if they were reusing standard as ODF is reusing standard, the third reason, and probably the main one, is that the format has no relationship with the description. So even if the description is not a real description, it's like a fantasy novel, they don't even follow the fantasy novel that they have written. So we have a lot of ammunition. Unfortunately, we have to fight against the money that Microsoft is putting on the table to lobby for Office OpenXML. Let's remember that Microsoft is the largest spender in lobby for technology issues. So they spend millions of dollars in the States, and they spend millions of dollars in Europe to convince people that their crap is good, which is absolutely nonsense. Some people are starting to realize this, and we should leverage this as an opportunity. Thank you for listening. Of course, if you are willing to help with the ODF advocacy, do not hesitate to reach out to Marina Latini and me. We will be happy to involve you in the activities. And let's hope to be more successful than the ODF Advocacy Open Project, which was not a fault of Oasis, but let's say that Oasis didn't help at all in looking for companies, and I probably should have expected this from an organization that is not using ODF but is using Microsoft Office proprietary format for their own document. Thank you again. Stop sharing and opening my my webcam so you can see my horrible face.
Thanks, Italo. At the moment, there's no question in the chat. I believe Marina is typing something. At least Telegram is saying that. At least in this room, there's a half an hour lunchtime break, or
yes.
And afterwards, it's Mike Saunders will held the presentation, getting the word out to users and the potential contributors. Marina was only saying thanks.
Okay. So guten Appetit, buen provecho, buon appetito, bon appetit. I don't have more languages to share.
Was a pleasure.
Bye to everyone. See you later. And see if we don't see each other later, see you tomorrow. Bye.
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 Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm not sure who's meant to be moderating in this room. I think it's Gabriella. Let me just quickly check. See where he is. Otherwise, I can start without him, of course.
I'm happy to introduce you if nobody else is up to it. I think you deserve an introduction.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
So I'm not the moderator, but I'm happy to jump in.
I'm just checking. Yeah, Gabriella's supposed to be here, but yeah, I don't think we need to. Yeah, you can give me a quick introduction then, please, Florian.
So welcome everybody, and we continue the sessions here for the LibreOffice conference. Next up in this room is Mike Saunders, who works for TDF in marketing, and he will tell you something about getting the word out to users and to potential contributors.
Yes, thank you very much. So let me first try to share my slides. Can you see that?
Yes, perfectly.
Great. And can I also turn on my webcam at the same time, and then you can see me in the corner, hopefully.
Gabriel will join. Just he was in the wrong room.
No problem. But can you see me as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent. And I need to check the video. Just give me a sec. Doing a few things at once here, but now let's get started anyway. So yeah, thanks for joining my talk as well. As Florian mentioned, this is about getting the word out, spreading the word about LibreOffice to new users, potential users, but also to potential contributors as well. So I work at the Document Foundation together with my colleague Italo, which most people know, Italo Vignoli, on marketing LibreOffice. But there's much more to marketing LibreOffice than just constantly getting more and more users. If we look here, our current estimate of users, worldwide LibreOffice users, is around 200 million. That's based on a number of factors. There's a lot of estimates in there as well. Obviously, we're quite privacy centric. We don't track users. We don't know exactly how many people are using it, but we can look at the number of downloads. We get the update checker showing how many people are actively using it. We can look at the size of the market for LibreOffice and many other things as well that come together for this number of about 200 million. And in terms of downloads, about 90% of them are for Windows users, 8% for Mac, and 2% for Linux distributions. That's the current makeup of download numbers, although it's worth noting that many Linux users get LibreOffice pre-packaged in their Linux distribution. So I think very few Linux users go to our site and download tarballs, and maybe some more now with Flatpaks and snaps to make it a bit easier. But 200 million users, not too shabby. It's a nice number to have. But numbers alone, big numbers of users alone, just means lots and lots of users. But we know of some free software projects that have lots of users, but very, very few contributors. So having 5 billion users would be even better. But if nobody's contributing, then we just have software that's nice to use, but doesn't really get updated. So let's try and convert these users into contributors as well. So these are some of the things that we've been with people. How do we convert these 200 million users, or at least some of them, into contributors? One of the first things is to remove obstacles as well. What are the obstacles between being a user and a contributor? Some people, an obstacle for many people is they just don't know that they can contribute. They just think LibreOffice is out there, or maybe made by some company or big bunch of geeks sitting in a giant hall somewhere tapping on keyboards. But we want to show people, no, you can contribute. One way we've done this is by having a bar in the application, an info bar that turns up, that shows up after a few months of use and says, join our community as well, contribute back to LibreOffice. Excuse me. So that's removing one obstacle or one perceived obstacle as well. People can click that and then they can see that they can join in. A lot of people think, well, to be a LibreOffice contributor, then it means I have to be a programmer as well. I don't know anything about programming, or I used to be a programmer and it's too hard. And LibreOffice is 7 billion lines of source code, C++ source code. I find it difficult to join in. So we highlight lots of non-coding ways to get involved as well. Many, many ways to join in: documentation, marketing, design, QA, translations, just to name a few of these ways where you can make a big difference to LibreOffice, and without being a coder. Those people who've used the notebook bar user interface alternative in recent versions of LibreOffice, the tabbed user interface design, so much of that work was done by one guy and others, but one guy put in a huge amount of work to refine this user interface, and now millions and millions of people are using it. He's not a coder. I don't think he does much coding, LibreOffice, but he worked on this updated interface and millions of users benefit from it as well. Publishing success stories is a way we can highlight how users can become contributors as well. So I'll show in a moment how we do that, but we use our blog and social media to highlight these stories of people just being users of LibreOffice, but wanting to fix something. And then we say, scratch your own itch, join in, you can do something about it. If you're unhappy about something in LibreOffice, it's a great piece of software, but like any large piece of software, there are things to improve. So join in. And one big thing we've been pushing as well is showing how contributing to LibreOffice can benefit you as an individual, the person doing it. We like to talk about how free software is great for the world, and sharing and caring and sharing with your neighbor. And it's a good social thing to do as well, which is all great. But why not contribute to LibreOffice so you can put something on your CV, so you can build your own skills as well? You can achieve something for yourself. During the pandemic, we saw a few people who were between jobs or unsure about the future, like a lot of people. And they came to us and said, can I do something in this downtime for LibreOffice? Because honestly, I want to put something on my CV. And that's great for everybody. So in the German community, we had somebody translating blog posts because she wanted to keep being active between jobs and in the pandemic, to show that she's actively engaged in a big, well-known project as well. So she helped us. She gets something nice to put on her CV. We can vouch for that. We can say, yep, she did great work for us. Everyone's a winner. Just a quick overview of the social media statistics there as well. That's the current state of play. Facebook, Twitter and Facebook growth. Twitter's growing more rapidly than Facebook. We get about 10,000 new Twitter followers a year. Mastodon, which is the federated social media service, or federated microblogging service, basically like Twitter, but much more FOSS friendly. That's been doing well in recent years. And of course, we have to use different messaging for these different platforms as well. So Twitter's quite general purpose, a big mixture of technical and non-technical people. Facebook, the followers and people who like our Facebook page tend to be far less technical. So if we're talking to Facebook users and we want to encourage them to become LibreOffice contributors, we have to bear in mind that they're probably not very technical, and typically now of an older age range as well. The young kids, the cool kids, are all elsewhere, really. Mastodon is much more technical. The feedback and questions we get there are from free and open source software fans and people who are involved in other FOSS projects as well. And then our YouTube channel, we have about 14,000 subscribers, and that's growing pretty well. And recently we've, my colleague Italo has been reaching out to people via LinkedIn. And I know some people will say, well, that's a Microsoft thing, a very corporate, and is that the right kind of thing to do for a free software project? Well, can understand some of these concerns, but we have to reach out where the people are. You know, we could completely shut ourselves off from anything to do with proprietary software companies or proprietary websites, you know, and just have a Mastodon account and that's it. Be very pure free software, but we need to get out, we need to reach out to where people are. And here you can see on LinkedIn, 178 million members in the United States, which I think is about half of the country's population or even more. So that's quite impressive. One thing we launched a couple of years ago, this isn't super new, but still worth mentioning, is a website called What Can I Do for LibreOffice? This was made by primarily by our Albanian community. We had the LibreOffice Conference in Albania in 2018. It's hard to keep track of things, but this is a great website, friendly towards non-programmers as well. You go there and it just says, what do you want to do? Are you interested in writing about things? Maybe documentation is your stuff. Do you know about user interfaces? Come and join our design team. So you can just click and press buttons to go through the different things that you're interested in as well, and then choose what appeals to you. Volunteering platforms. My colleague at TDF, Ilmari, has been working with these as well. So there are many of these different platforms, but you can choose different tasks you want to do, or set up tasks as well. So here we have a few, and we've had quite a few people join our projects and communities via these volunteering platforms. Again, these are people who have some spare time between jobs or maybe retired, but still want to be active in something. They still want to be doing something. We recently, or earlier in the year, launched the LibreOffice New Generation project, which is a attempt to bring new and younger people into LibreOffice. So university students, even school students, many of whom are learning to program or have lots of other skills in technology, or have lots of new ideas that they can bring to the table as well. So we set up this project. We got hundreds of people into a new Telegram group, lots and lots of ideas spread around. And the first thing that we worked on is a flyer specifically for schools and universities that students can hand out or teachers can hand out. I've posted many of these to teachers around the world who've then handed them out to their students. So that's great. So we made this one, and then somebody made an alternative design as well. And then we had it translated. The community did amazing work updating and translating it. But a flyer that doesn't just say what LibreOffice is, but that you can join in as well, that you can get involved. You can build up your skills. You can show off your skills by taking part. Then we've been running issuing open badges. These are special PNG images that contain metadata showing somebody's achievement. So here's an open badge for the Brazilian community, for instance, and people who are active in the Brazilian Portuguese documentation community, we give them these badges. We create them, do some command line magic, and send these badges to these people, to these community contributors. And inside the badges, this metadata saying what they did, confirmed by us, the Document Foundation or the LibreOffice community, that they did this work as well. So it's much more than just a copy and paste image. It's something they can upload to a website, which then shows the metadata in it and compares that metadata to our website to prove that we have issued this badge, that it's legitimate, that it's not just downloaded from the internet. This is a unique thing. And then people can put these badges on their social media, on their websites, their blogs, put it on a CV. You know, if you're applying for a job, I got this badge from LibreOffice from a big project with 200 million users because I was doing all this work. So these are other ways to encourage people to contribute as well. Hossein joined, Hossein Nurikar joined us recently. He is our new developer community architect at the Document Foundation. So he's also helping with outreach as well. And he's much more focused on the programming side of contributing to LibreOffice. But he's there to bring new contributors on board who are eager to contribute to LibreOffice, but may find the start of it somewhat confusing. So he helps them to build LibreOffice, to submit their first patch, to use Gerrit and Git and all the other tools as well. So if you've got somebody who's like, I know C++, I think I can work my way around the source code of LibreOffice, but I need a bit of help building it and setting up my build environment and how to do my first patch. We have Hossein now, which is wonderful to have him on board. So we're super happy about that. Then we have the month of LibreOffice as well, which is our campaign twice a year where we reward everybody for contributing to the LibreOffice project. So anyone who contributes across translations or documentation, code commits, QA, we gather together all of these bits and pieces of data, and then everybody at the end of the month, we make a big list of names of everybody who contributed, and they can get a bunch of stickers as well. Obviously, as a small non-profit foundation, we can't send out huge gifts to everybody, but some stickers as thanks. And then we have some extra merchandise that we randomly give out in a kind of lottery. So some stickers and T-shirts and hoodies as well. So that's another way to do this. And then talking about success stories, we do interviews with contributors here as well. So these three people recently worked on the design of the new LibreOffice website that we're now working on implementing as well. But it's a good success story. They found us. They came across us, I think, speaking to Ilmari, and we got them on board. They're all experts in their field of design and UX, but they were happy to help us to volunteer in the project as well. So we do regular interviews on our blog with contributors to say thanks, to showcase their work. You know, a lot of people like to be in the spotlight for 10, 15 minutes, a bit of fame. But from our side, we're just hugely thankful to people for their contributions. But that's just a few of the things we're doing. We're only a small foundation. There's only 12 of us in the team, so we do what we can, and we plan to do more. Hopefully, there will be more in-person events coming up. So being able to actually go out and meet people. I don't know about FOSDEM yet. It's I guess a decision will be made quite soon whether FOSDEM can go ahead in person or maybe it's a hybrid thing. We want to reach out to more universities and colleges, like with the New Generation project that I mentioned, but actually going there, actually giving talks, meeting people face to face. You can do so much more to encourage people to join a project, I think, than just text and pictures on the internet. We want to start doing more video interviews as well. So we do the blog interviews that I've mentioned, but video interviews takes a bit more work, maybe something to do in person, hopefully when we have our next in-person conference as well. That would be great. But we also want to hear your ideas from people in the community. Maybe there are plenty of things we could do, time permitting, that we're not doing. So if you're watching this talk either live or on YouTube or PeerTube later when we archive them, drop us a line and let us know what you think. What are other ways we can reach out? Maybe there are some things not even on our radar. Where you say, hey, Mike, I've had an idea. Why don't you do this? Contact this person, make this kind of social media campaign or graphic. I'm sure there are many, many other ways that that we can reach out to people. Many other places as well. Maybe there's a community on the internet we haven't become aware of yet, which would be a great place to go and try to get new contributors in. So let us know. That's actually the end of my talk anyway now, but we do have time for any questions or feedback as well. Also, I noticed that I may have to do a quick technical magic here with one of the streams. But Gabriele, I see that you're back. So
yes, at the end, I've been able to come here in the right room. Say that a coincidence of nasty things are happening, but I'm here. Starting from my computer, there's that it's just from 2 or 3 days that my computer randomly powers off.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't understand why. Today I received the spare part because obviously I called the support, and the tech man should come, I guess, the next week. But by the way, I'm here and alive. So I'm sorry for having been late. But anyway, you are really early on the content part because you are, let's say, 9 or 10 minutes early with this schedule. So if there is someone willing to ask something or to suggest something to Mike and to TDF, obviously, I think you are all welcome. At the moment, I can't see any question nor suggestion in the chat room. And let's wait some minute. I don't know if you have something to share your screen, some kind of slide to recap or pictures or whatever. I didn't prepare, to be honest.
Yeah, let me get my slides back up then, if I can do it. Yeah, I am finished a bit early, and yeah, like I say, it's, in case people have any ideas and thoughts about the different ways we can reach out to people as well. So yeah, if anybody has ideas and wants to post anything in the chat, there
is Flywire writing from IRC. And the text is, Mike, good to see you are looking to encourage young users. And Cisco, Mike, any update on the LibreOffice Conference Copacabana? Is it serious or it's a joke?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out. So, yeah, I don't.
That's it. I remember that we've been discussing about having a conference in Latin America just because they are so active there, and so now and then it comes to the table. The topic of having the international and world LibreOffice conference when we will be able to have it back in person. But I remember that there was this proposal to make it there, and Copacabana could be interesting indeed. And also Emiliano, yes, says it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, it really helps to have a local community wherever we have a conference. So like when we had the conference in Albania in 2018, for instance, we have a local community there of LibreOffice and free and open source software fans who are super helpful to organize it as well, because otherwise we can think of really cool places to have conferences to go around the world more. But yeah, if there's nobody local there, then we have to do everything from afar, which is difficult. So anywhere we have a conference, it's good to have locals on the soldiers on the ground, so to speak. So if there is a LibreOffice and free software community in Copacabana, then that would make it somewhat more feasible, although I can't promise anything. People can suggest. We often have a call for locations for the conference. So if that comes up for the next one, or a future one, it will come up for a future one, I think. I'm sure we'll meet again in person, then people can suggest something. Hogan, the chat, says, I think that the fact that, as far as I read, the communication happens via mailing lists is a barrier for people to contribute. I'm active in Wikimedia, and most communication happens in a wiki. maybe offering other communication channels or bridging can help more people get involved. I agree with that, Hogue. Yeah, I mean, we do have Telegram, which is bridged to IRC. So we don't just have mailing lists in LibreOffice. And in the case of some communities and sub-projects, the Telegram channels are way more active than the mailing list. So if I look at the design Telegram group, for instance, every day I wake up and check it, and there are like 50, 100 new messages. So there's much, much more communication there going on Telegram than on mailing lists, which, like you say, look a bit old-fashioned to many people, or not so easy to follow for some people, or not so immediate. So yeah, we are definitely trying to broaden our communication channels there as well. We've just moved Ask LibreOffice, our question and answer platform, to I think to Discourse as well. So yeah, so I think there are many other things we can do. Many other channels we can open. One thing we have to be careful about, though, is not. I think it's called siloing in the cool talk, but make sure that communication isn't fragmented over too many places. It's like when we launched the LibreOffice New Generation project, as I covered in the talk, we set up a Telegram group for it. Now, I know that doesn't appeal to everybody. People have different preferences for different tools, and some people say, well, because the server-side code of Telegram isn't open source, I believe them. But as soon as we set this up, somebody set up a Discourse and somebody else went off to a mailing list, and we had to say, look, we need to all start off on the same channel at least, because otherwise, if ideas are going on there but are not being shared in this group, or you have all these splinter projects immediately because communication is taking place separately in separate channels, then something can fall apart. So it's a tricky balance to get right. I'm not really involved in the infra, but if you have mailing lists and IRC and Telegram and Matrix and Discourse and other things, and everybody's talking in separate rooms, then it's hard to get people to come together to work on something together. So mailing lists, even though they are kind of old-fashioned, it's something everybody can use. You don't need a special tool. You don't really need an account. You can just register for a mailing list. So not really an account, so to speak. So yeah, I think things like the developers still like to use mailing lists for various reasons, but the design community is much more active on Telegram.
Fact, the problem is that there are so many different, I wouldn't say kind of people, but in the practice, that's the reality. So the problem is that there is who is more, comfortable with the email service, especially for not so young people, while the youngest almost ignore the email service or almost, and so on. So who likes Telegram, who likes IRC and whatever. So it's not that simple. Let's say that Bridges helps a lot in this, but I think it's almost impossible to make everyone happy because of the things are just said. But by the way, I think we are trying to do our best to make happy. And let's say that probably it could be interesting and probably smart to address those kind of at least those different targets, speaking in terms of age, for example. So probably we could put in practice a strategy to find the right tool for the right target and address them.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe we should be on TikTok. Somebody said, I don't know anything about TikTok apart from it just seems to be a lot of silly 15-second videos, but that's where people are. Now the question is, do we want the average TikTok user contributing to LibreOffice? But we probably shouldn't be judgmental. Maybe there's a lot of creative stuff on TikTok and people who would be actually super awesome in the community. So I don't want to judge anything, but it's coming up to the end of my session now, so I'll say adieu. But as mentioned, anyone just drop me a line, mike.saunders@documentfoundation.org.
There is a very last question from Marina. Could you summarize your some feedback you got from the New Generation group? Is there anything we could improve as MC or supporting those new potential contributors? Just in a few seconds.
Yeah, the thing is, what we actually need in New Generation is people willing to take on some more of the projects. So we had a load of ideas in this Telegram group for projects to do, like the flyer. So I helped to move that forward. But as mentioned, we're only 12 people at TDF and only 2 of us really in this marketing area. So if somebody wants to take on a project but wants to lead it a bit, manage, coordinate other people, please jump in and do it. Say, right, okay, I think we should do this idea. Let's get a bunch of people together, because we do what we can, but we're always juggling a million other things as well in running the foundation and managing the community, coordinating the community. So New Generation, it's great to see all the enthusiasm, but we need some people to run ahead and take the ideas, take the ball and run with them.
Okay, I want to say really thank you so much, Mike. It's always a pleasure to listen to your perfect English, even if living in Germany.
Maybe it's always not so perfect these days.
Training for me, but for all of us, I guess. Jokes apart, thanks a lot, and see you. It's now time for the next session, which is PDF annotation support from Tomasz Weingerl. I'm supposed to share his video, so I'm going to start. I don't know if Tomasz is already connected. I didn't check it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, great. So are you okay if I start your video?
Please start.
Great.
Hi, I'm Tomasz from Collabora, and I will talk about the PDF and other graphic improvements. I'm Tomasz from Collabora, and I will talk about the PDF and other graphic improvements. So I decided to change a little bit the topic here. First was like PDF annotations, and I figured that there is not many improvements that are specific to annotations to have a complete talk. So I decided to add a little bit of other graphic improvements that are also related to a little bit of other graphic improvements that are also related to PDF in a way. So last year I had a talk where I extensively talked about PDF annotations, PDF searching, and so on. So I want to recap this year, what I talked last year in a concise way, I hope. So the improvements to PDF that I did already last year. So this is PDF as a graphic object. So this is PDF as a graphic object. So this is not just normal importing of PDFs in Draw. This is like PDF. We have a PDF that is a graphic object. We can import it or load it for PDF as an image and then show it inside the document. So there is a special import that uses this, and this is opens the PDF in Draw, and it opens the PDF in such a way that there is one graphic, so one graphic object per page. So if you have a Draw page, each page has one graphic object, and the page index has each page has then its each page has then its different PDF page also, so that it mimics like you are opening a PDF. This is quite convenient because we also have a special implementation inside PDF export where when we save a PDF as a graphic object, it doesn't just write the rendered image to the PDF, but also writes in the original PDF page stream into the new exported file, so that the fidelity of the PDF is like original. Then what we can also do here is we can search inside these PDF graphic objects. This is working quite well. How this is done is that because each PDF graphic object has also the original PDF graphics behind it. So the binary stream is stored inside the memory, and we can open this binary stream with PDFium and use the PDFium search. And then we have also the limited support for PDF annotations. So let's continue. Okay, I already said this. So we have PDF stream in the memory, and about searching, we have the PDF stream in the memory, and we open the original stream in PDF and search. And then we have to also integrate this into LibreOffice search in PDF and search. And then we have to also integrate this into LibreOffice search mechanism so that it works seamlessly, like each PDF object is each PDF object is each PDF graphic object is contained inside the so next is about PDF annotations. So next is about PDF annotations. So of course PDF files have annotations in, and we want to preserve these annotations, and potentially also we want to change them. PDF has support for many kinds of annotations like text, links, and lines. You can draw squares, circles, polygons, polylines. You can highlight the text, underline text, squiggly text, strike it out, and so on and so on and so on. So what is currently supported? Well, so the basic one is just to have a annotation, and this corresponds with what is already supported inside draw annotations. Of course there is a little bit difference here because inside PDF you can choose like custom colors for annotation and additional metadata that is not supported in draw, so this had to be extended. And then other is what is not supported at all inside was not supported at all inside draw is that any kind of vector graphic annotations or like text highlighting annotations. So there is limited support for vector graphic annotations. They mostly work, but I'm sure there are some, like for example lines have like endings and starts and endings on both sides, which can be like which can form an arrow, and this is currently not yet supported. And text highlight annotations are also like partially supported. For example, because these are just rectangles, what is a problem here is that we draw the annotation, the highlight annotation over the text, and normally this should be the highlight annotation over the text, and normally this should be under the text so that we can clearly see what the text is. But currently there is no way that we can do this here unless we draw all the whole PDF in our own. So what's not yet supported is like more complicated annotations, like the annotations that are always visible here, are part of the document, and export support was still not implemented, which is like only the original draw annotations is supported, but when we have like any vector graphic annotation or text highlight annotations that we can show, but we cannot export it again. So this can be a problem. And this is now how it currently works. Like this inline annotation, so this is not supported, but as you can see all, and you can also see here that this line doesn't have the endings correctly, but others you can see that it looks like that it's all, everything is in this example is supported. So is supported. So now I want to go to another topic that after there is also work that I did after that is like this PDF graphic objects memory improvements. The problem is that if we want to actually use this PDF as graphic objects and use in draw to actually use this PDF as graphic objects and use in draw each graphic object in each page. The problem that we have here is that the graphic objects, how we store the original data, so as part of the GFX link and also part as vector graphic data. The problem here was that the original data was always duplicated. Another problem here is also that it's not just because also the export itself must be modified, because there is more duplication. For example, each page has at least one graphic object, so if we have 15 pages, we have 15 graphic objects, and there was no implementation that would prevent duplication of this PDF data. So this we always duplicated. For each graphic object had its own original PDF inside, and of course there were like some PDFs with 100 of pages that caused a problem with the memory, and severe with this caused severe swapping of graphic objects, and of course sometimes also crashes. So what we were forced here to do is like to minimize this as much as possible. So ideally there should be only one PDF as possible. So ideally there should be only one PDF data, binary data in memory for all instances where we use it. So I introduced this binary data container class. Binary data container class is just a simple class that can be shared among different other classes, but what's important is that it holds the one holds and handles the one binary data stream, and it should prevent unnecessary copies. So I implemented this and put it inside GFX link and vector graphic data, so now they always share one instance of binary data container, and we don't unnecessarily have multiple copies of the same PDF data. Also, I modified the import so that PDF import doesn't just put copies of PDF data to each graphic, but also again shares this with this binary data container. I also added the UNO interface X binary data container and wrap this binary data container. So we can also transport the binary data container through UNO, and we don't need to convert this to sequence of bytes, which will again just make a copy unnecessarily. And this again reduces the number of copies. Related to this is also swapping, how we swap graphics. How swapping of graphics generally works is that when we get a problem with the memory, there is we consume too much memory, we need to swap graphics in, and what happens at this time that the graphic object in, and what happens at this time that the graphic object goes and removes all binary bitmaps and vector graphic data, so that it releases the memory, but it also removes GFX link, and GFX link contains the usually compressed or the original, in case of PDF, binary data, and because both vector graphic data and GFX link data were destroyed, we also lost the binary data container, and what happens in this time, all the stream is then stored inside the temporary file on the disk. This is a problem because when we trigger a lot of swapping, this also triggers a lot of I/O, and it stalls everything down. So if we just keep the GFX link intact, we can prevent this. So this is how I changed and changed the swapping algorithm, and it works much better. Generally like this, if we have some image that is compressed, it usually doesn't take a lot of memory. So this is now working much better than it was working before. The original problem with this is again when we have load our PDF graphic objects in draw. There were some our PDF graphic objects in draw. There were some problems with this because it took a long time to open a PDF file because it constantly kept swapping in and swapping out, and this was not fast at all. So the last thing that I have is we implemented like PDF rendering DPI configuration, which is also available now. So when configuration, which is also available now. So when we use PDF as a graphic object, the PDF page is rendered as a bitmap, and it uses certain DPI for this. The DPI is relatively low, like 96 DPI, so we can keep the bitmap small, so we don't consume a lot of memory, and rendering is higher. Now this can be changed, so the configuration, and currently this is only an environment variable PDF import resolution DPI, which can be then changed to higher if you want a more better resolution rendered bitmap of the PDFs. And generally this is it. Thank you for watching, and bye.
Okay, so I hope you didn't wait too much, because I had some lag in my connection, so now and then the video had some freeze and some pause, let's say, so I may be, let's say, my playback could have been ending later than yours. But by the way, we are early. We have still 9 minutes to put some question to Tomasz, but at the moment I can't see any question in the chat room, nor in the chat here. So is there something that you would like to add, Tomasz, to your video? Maybe some correction, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. No, I was just asking because, for example, in my case, I had to add something to my video just because playing it back from on my own, I just noticed that I made some mistake, so I wanted to, how to say, append some kind of comment and note to correct, or to, let's say, be more precise. There is no question at the moment in the chat room. Is there someone within GHC room willing to ask something to Tomasz? In the meanwhile, I can ask you something if you are okay with that. On your video, so your presentation, and I heard that you said every graphic object, but let's start saying do not import PDF in RAW so much and so many times, but it happens now and then. But what I remember from last times I did it, every single line, in case of a text, for example, was an object. So what did you mean talking about one object per page? Is that a group of graphical objects, or something is changed? So now we don't have any more one object for every single line, as it used to be in the past.
Well, yeah, we have two PDF imports. This is like the usual one, which is based on Poplar. This is probably what you are using, but my talk was mainly when we are using PDFium, which is just currently available if you are opening with a command line switch, but it's default inside Collabora Online.
Okay, I see. So for vanilla desktop edition, is that any way the possibility via command line to switch to PDFium, or it's just?
Yeah, you have to provide the switch currently.
collaboration in the UI, in the options dialog, for example, at the moment, I guess.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Sorry, I was asking. You mentioned about the switch in the command line. It's fine.
Yes.
But so there is no switch in the option dialog, for example, window.
Yes, unfortunately, yes. Currently, there is no switch. I'm not sure why. Probably we don't want to add it as default. But well, this would be good. That probably we have some possibility to configure that we want to use PDF instead of Wobbler.
Image that I didn't even know about those two possibilities of importing the PDF, for example. So
but if you are PDF is used always if you are just importing like a graphic image, like the PDF object.
But
there is no
imagine that.
Last time.
And I have most of the times the PDF files in Draw, and then to select also and to edit them, select the objects, the graphical objects I need, and remove the ones I don't need, and then group everything. Oh, I'm reading that you can't understand what I'm saying. Probably.
Yeah, just at the end you came back.
I'm sorry, my connection is obviously in those days having some trouble. By the way, it's good to know that there is also the PDF film option.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Yeah,
maybe I can explain a little. General idea of the PDF film is that every PDF is rendered as an image. And because PDF film is like a good renderer, we have like good fidelity of the rendering.
But you mean as an image, as a raster image? So
yes, yes.
Oh, no, I really care to have them in vector.
Yes.
But anyway, it's good to know. Probably it's much faster, I guess. And it's the thing you need in Collabora Online since you have the tiles.
Yeah. It's good because if we are like this PDF importer, it's not exactly as PDF should be shown, because it's converted into
graphic objects.
Converted into like Draw or like LibreOffice objects, and it's not exactly the same. And this is why PDF is a little bit more exact.
Indeed. So let's say that it grants the right and the proper rendering, but in change you have that you just have a raster and not anymore a vector.
Yes.
Okay, good to know. Thank you so much. I don't see any other question in the chat room at the moment, and I'm sorry. We still have 2 minutes, so if someone has something to ask to Tomasz. Did I pronunciate your name and your surname most of all correctly?
I think so.
You don't remember. But that won't repeat.
Tomasz is like, it's okay.
Tomasz is correct. I know that, but for the surname, I was not that sure. And I said Weingirl is correct.
Oh, this is quite nice. Okay.
Great. You're from Hungary, isn't it?
No, Slovenia.
Oh, Slovenia. I'm sorry. I just, was guessing because the Tomasz name, we have another Tomasz from Hungary, if I'm not wrong. I may be wrong. Slovenia, so close to Italy. Yeah. Great. I've been crossing it. Okay. Well, there is still just 1 minute. In the meanwhile, I would like to ask Thorsten if he's in the room. I see him. If we can try test his microphone, and I would like also to know if he's still in the Hamburg hybrid context or not. Yes, it looks like.
So, hi everyone. I hope you can hear and see me.
Hear you quite well. About seeing is, let's say, some pixel, some square. But by the way, I see you.
So at least I see myself just fine on this little preview here. I have some issues with screen share. If you could just maybe give me feedback if you see anything at all.
Sure.
When I start, because I'm only seeing black screen.
Me too. And to be honest, I was noticing that before. I saw now and then these black screens, so I didn't know what was, and now you told me. Now you explained me.
Yeah.
So I just a black screen.
That kind of sucks rocks because there was no.
Do you want me
way
to?
I can.
Do you want to share your slides somehow, and I can assist you in this?
Yes, that would be lovely if I could share my slides. Unfortunately, neither Chromium recognizes LibreOffice Windows nor Firefox. So again, there are some surprising technical difficulties that I apologize for. The main thing probably is that we do have the student videos recorded, and I do see my VLC here. So I hope that I can present those.
Torsten,
yes.
Try to start the presentation in window mode. Not full screen, but window, and then you share not the full screen, but the window.
Yes, he means about LibreOffice option.
Yeah, I wasn't even able to select the main
presentation screen.
The main presentation frame, but let me try again. I mean, there's always hope that suddenly it would work.
Because otherwise, workaround could also be to, let's say, use Impress, without pressing F5, without going in presentation mode. Just
What I could try quickly, we have quite a bit of time, so maybe, Heiko, while you entertain the audience with some funny war stories from all those years of GSOC, I will fiddle and try to just export to why not export to PDF, and then I can possibly even have it showing in the browser, and I hope that Chromium at least recognizes its own windows.
If there's an entertainer, it is Gabriel.
Thank you. I could do some beatboxing. By the way, if I'm not wrong, usually Chromium lets you select a different window or a tab from itself, so at least that should be available, I hope. I wish you.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Thank you. The problem is that there's a number of windows that I can select from, including VLC and my Emacs. Unfortunately, consistently, LibreOffice is not among them.
Yes, I guess so.
And I can't select the screen. Well, I can, but then it comes out black. So there you go.
I could offer you to start with Tushar's project. That brings you 5 minutes or so. I can present it at the beginning and you stop the video at this moment.
So I just exported, and let me just try to share the Chromium tab. The hope is that works.
Nothing happened. Too early. Great.
Okay.
Yes.
How does that look?
We see the
Unfortunately, the completely wrong presentation, but in general, I think.
Yeah, indeed.
So,
but at least we see something.
Let me fix that while you keep entertaining the audience, Heiko.
You entertain us even better.
There is Clough who is saying that SAL_use_VCL plugin equals GEN, and browsers should have an easier time. Don't know what that means, but I just read a message from Clough. And I paste it here inside the room if you wish.
I somehow hesitate to try too many things. I'm just gonna start this sharing now, and now hopefully with the right slides.
Yes, I guess this is the right one.
Does that look slightly better?
Yes, much better, and readable also.
Now let's go for the extra prize and try enable video again. Maybe even that works.
Yeah, I see you on the right bottom.
Great. So, sorry for the challenge again. As we have seen multiple times, it really pays to have all your material pre-recorded, handed to the friendly admin team, infra team in time, preferably days before the conference, and then just sit back and relax while your talk is playing. I will certainly have learned that lesson. There's just too many things that can go wrong. The upside is that we're still in this wonderful, nice hybrid Hamburg place for the conference, and we have a small audience here with people even paying attention. Without further ado, welcome to the LibreOffice GSOC Google Summer of Code 2021 panel. I have Heiko here with me, who's been a mentor and who's standing in for one of the students who unfortunately couldn't make it. There's always there's the break, and then there's university, and students suddenly have other things to do. So there we are. We had a total of 7 students this year. 6 of them completing their project successfully. I've listed them here. And just let me quickly explain, for those of you perhaps not aware of it, what Google Summer of Code is. It's an international program, annually sponsored by Google, international in a way that every student, or pretty much every student all over the world, is eligible to participate. Precondition is actually being a student and being of 18 years or older. And then you're getting awarded a 3 months stipend to work on free and open source software. Has to be an OSI approved license and has to be a project accepted by Google. So every year we go and apply again with Google. We have been actually been part of GSOC since uninterrupted since 2011. So pretty much from the very first year that we were LibreOffice. Started 2005, so it's like quite old project, nearing 20 years in a while. And there were some changes this year. The number of hours the students were paid got reduced a bit, but on the other hand, the number of students is constantly increasing. So a bit smaller projects this year, but more students overall for open source projects, a total 1,286 students. And since a few years, it's always 199 different organizations that Google selects and then students can work for. Okay. The big thank you slide. Thanks a lot for all the mentors. Without the mentors, the entire program would not be possible. You people rock. Thanks so much for the time, energy, and enthusiasm that you're spending to get the students up to speed, to make the students' project a successful one, to help the students along, and introducing them to our community. Without any particular order, Miklos, Tomas, Heiko, Michael, Mohammed, Olivier, Mike, Lubos, Markus, Christian, Laszlo, and Tomas. Many thanks. And there's some intersection, but also there's the org admins. Those are the people doing the boring admin stuff, running after people so that deadlines are met, that students are reporting, etc. So that was this year Heiko, Ilmari, Marcus, Cisco, and myself. Okay, so let's get into the middle of things. GSOC 2021 projects, we unfortunately didn't, as I said, didn't manage to get all students here. We had a few students declining but asking their mentors to stand in for them. So that's the case for 2 of those, and I will play the videos of those in a moment. From the other 2 students, unfortunately, we couldn't get any input. But perhaps that's something that once towards the end of the year, or perhaps for FOSDEM time, or perhaps for next year GSOC, those students will be back, and then we can get some input from them, what they did, and some talks. Okay, so let me try now to switch over to videos. For that, I need to quickly stop the screen share and switch over to, and also switch over audio to the video player. So I will go silent for just a second, and then hopefully you will hear the video. Stay tuned.
Okay, in the meanwhile, I just want to say thank you to FOSDEM and to all the people in the audience present in the Hamburg Library. At the moment, we can't, or at least I can't hear anything unless your microphone, some noise from your microphone first.
Start by shedding light on the question that what is it that's part of the need for this project in the first place. But graphics rendering of LibreOffice can sometimes show inconsistent behavior of different operating systems. Not only this, but there are instances where some graphic type isn't rendered as it was supposed to. And all of these aforementioned things can cause a poor user experience, which obviously should be avoided at all costs. This project mainly aimed at maximizing the efficiency of diagnosing the form of behavior, and so let me give you some example to better explain the problem at hand. Okay, so there's a problem referred from a LibreOffice bug, which is that the image isn't rendered as it was supposed to. And as you can see, the right image isn't rendered correctly, which obviously must have caused.
Is the sound audible on the screen?
So the way the testing module.
See that I can hear the audio feeding back from the microphone, but not directly from the stream in the video. So it's really low. I can hear it, but really low.
Specialized shapes that are the key component with which we analyze the quality of the graphics pattern. The way the tests work is that they draw a shape to a virtual device and then test it by traversing each of its pixels and check the difference between the RGB values of the original one and the expected one.
Much better now.
And if the difference is 0, the test is declared passed, but if it's not, it's declared quirky in some cases, and in some cases it's failed. Hey there everyone, I'm Akshat, and I'm one of the few lucky ones who got the chance to work with LibreOffice this Google Summer of Code. My project was titled Add Tests for the VCL Graphics Backend, and I was being mentored by Tomas and Lubos. I would like to begin this talk by shedding light on the question that what is it that sparked the need for this project in the first place. Well, graphics rendering of LibreOffice can sometimes show inconsistent behavior among different operating systems. Not only this, but there are instances where some graphic type isn't rendered as it was supposed to. And all of these aforementioned things can cause a poor user experience, which obviously should be avoided at all costs. This project mainly aimed at maximizing the efficiency of diagnosing the form of behavior, and so let me give you some example to better explain the problem at hand. Okay, so So there's a problem referred from a LibreOffice bug, which is that the image isn't rendered as it was supposed to. And as you can see, the right image isn't rendered correctly, which obviously must have caused a poor experience for the user. And so the way the testing module would help in preventing such situations is that it would run several tests on the client's system to determine the quality of rendering beforehand. And the tests are nothing but specialized shapes that are the key component with which we analyze the quality of the graphics backend. The way the tests work is that they draw a shape to a virtual device and then test it by traversing each of its pixels and check the difference between the RGB values of the original one and the expected one. And if the difference is zero,
Austin, can you post
it is declared passed, but if it's not, it's declared quirky in some cases, and in some cases it's failed. And the reason being for that is that some test cases are expected to be uneven and inconsistent in different operating systems.
Austin, can you hear me?
Let's discuss how this project's milestones look like.
Yes, I can.
Could you
There
post
were
the video,
existing graphics rendering tests that were being checked during unit testing, but the problem was that they weren't being checked on the user's system. And so to achieve that, a new testing facility has been introduced, which runs the same tests on the user's system whenever the user first installs and or upgrades LibreOffice. It provides
the problem is that there is no video in the screen.
also,
The streaming.
dialog box
So
has been
we
test on
in
the
the GC room can obviously select your video, but
is going on with the
the
tests, but provide
entire audience in the video in the streaming can't see
showing
anything
even
but
the
just
quick
hear.
map test so as to better assert the result. Not only this, but the user can now easily download the test results as a zip file and can easily provide them to the bug tracker, enabling the developers to help them better. Here are some of the dialog box screenshots. Okay. Another major milestone of this project was the addition of several new test cases to the backend testing module, which would enhance the testing facility even more. For example, there are tests now to check the curve drawing more thoroughly, which is one of the major component of the user interface. Also, there are tests now which checks if the overlapping polygons are filled in accordance to the even odd rule.
I am trying to ask if they can fix somehow the problem, because in your instance of Jitsi, in your room, you can select what to see, obviously, and then bring it to full screen almost. But the problem is that the machine who is capturing quick YouTube. started.